It's been a hot minute since I played this, thanks to Ghostmas / Halloween. Ow. Are you serious? Cost 50 in one go. Causes such a cacophony of the first note of the Ultra Instinct theme lined with monkey screams and Gex quotes. Thank you for causing me immense blunt force trauma in the form of grand support. Thank you. Well, Thunder Fury just makes a little metallic plink sound when it hits me, really. The thing that stands out most is the Ultra Instinct note, I think. Yes, thank you so very much for single-handedly pushing me toward my sub-goal, you absolute madman, once again. Turn me into Goof Shoe for real. I'm already Goof Shoe for real. Oh gosh, does anyone remember where we're at? I've not played this in a few weeks now. Like, there was already a small break due to me getting ill last month. You're free. Hello, Riley. I'm trying to remember the details of this case. Oh god, I'm getting the double down effect again. Hang on. Let me reboot the game, because I plugged the controller in after I booted the game, and now it's doubling my inputs. So let me do a quick reboot. And hopefully it'll figure out the controller a bit better. Another 70 in one stream. 70. That's a lot of money cost. Bikini, I haven't even started. Oh my gosh. Right. Parried. Oh. Get parried. Okay, D-pad is behaving now. Head pat. Yay. Right, we're on episode 3. After a certain point, I know this case involved flashbacks. I remember that. There was some poison involved. You got double parried. Alright, let me see what we've got. Documents providing an overview of the IS-7 incident. Objection? Okay, back we go again. Prosecutor Manfred von Karma, Defense Attorney Gregory Edgeworth. Body of the victim, Artie Frost, was found hidden in a chocolate chest made by the suspect, Samson Tangaroa. Victim died from blood loss after being struck on the head with a rock salt lamp. Suspect was found guilty of the crime as its main perpetrator and subsequently imprisoned. And back again. Oh, never mind, back again. You're making it hard to obtain all this information about the case. I keep having to change my clothes. Right, let me see. Okay, I remember there was some confusion about the Autumn Wing, because the Autumn Wing seems winter-themed with all the ice. Different temperature controls per wing. With different constellation statues being inside each wing. Statues match those of the victim 18 years ago. Larry saw and drew the Pisces statue as he saw it, with the liquids mixing to create the pink goo, which created a toxic gas. Hi, Gak. Signs a blowtorch was used before the police arrived. A luminous cloth, which when powered glows. Poison gas ingredients. Oh yes, the ubiquium and asphyxion. Thank you, Yo-Yo.
Apparently, my son is the worst Zelda player in his entire school. He is the weakest link.
Valerie,
God damn it.
it's time to hydrate.
And
Stop
hydrate.
slouching.
Also, knockback has been broken because I've had so much thrown at me that I wouldn't be able to fix it unless I rebooted the whole stream system. We are with Edgeworth at the Miles Edgeworth at the moment. Yes, Girk. You may have missed 2 sessions last month, but we've had a bit of a break from the game due to Halloween. But we got into this room now, and let's just see how the dialogue plays out. Judge Gavel suspected Miss Scone. Let's just go and see if we can figure it out as we go. You can't breathe? Why not? What's wrong, Abby? See a doctor. Call ambulance. They sure are taking their time. I thought this was supposed to be a 10-minute recess. Sorry to keep you losers waiting. But wait no longer. I won the race to find Alicia Scone, and here she is. Hello, dears. This lovely young man said you wanted to speak to me. Alicia Scone, purveyor of the world of the most wondrous wares a pharmacist can offer, at your service. Alicia to my pals, and even Miss Delicious to some. You can call me the winner. And I'll call you whatever I want. All right, Winnie Pooh. Whatever you say. It's lovely to meet you, dearie. So much for call me the winner. Oh, have we met before, young man? Get a load of this, Delicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son. Oh, hell, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Milesy Smiles. If you must address me by my given name, just Miles will do. Oh, Greggy Peglegs boy, and all grown up too. Make me feel my age, why don't you? Wonder just how old she is. Eustace, I believe we have some questions for our pharmacist. What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone? I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years. No one's going to stop me visiting her now. I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack. But what do you want to call me? I'll let you know when I think of something. Oh no, Eustace / Sebastian. I'll let you know when I think of something. Oh, I didn't do much, really. Just whipped up a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. You can make an antidote just like that? Oh, yes, dear. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. It certainly helped that the medical room was well equipped, though. You were much better off treating him here than losing vital minutes taking him to hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him. And do you know the victim, Miss Delicious? Oh, yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently, he's famous these days. One of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say. Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure. Oh, yes, dear. He was on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, they said. Wow. So the old dog really went to Zhengfa and upped his game, just like he said he would. Perhaps if we could proceed to the matter at hand, Miss Scone. Are you familiar with a substance known as Infesticide Ultra? Of course, dear. You use it to, get rid of you-know-what. Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's why they don't sell it in the shops. Might I ask what you mean by you-know-what? That little blighters that frighten the life out of poor innocent ladies like yours truly, that's what. Can't little creatures running around people's nice clean kitchens and terrorizing them. Oh, I get it. Those. Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question, if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals asphyxian and ubiquium are combined? Yes? It's right there in the Infesticide Ultra instructions. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium. Ever. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible, poisonous gas. What was it again? Effects of inhalation include respiratory complications and, death. Poor Augusti very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you'd need, probably 500 milliliters of each chemical, I'd say. She certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist. Ubiquium's awfully thick and sticky, and it heats up very quickly indeed. It's also bright red and smells minty fresh. Oh, and cheap as chips. That's why they use it in everything. Asphyxian's more watery, and it's white in colour. That will do, thank you. You are clearly well informed, Miss Scone. As well I should be, dearie. After all, Infesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for. Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, they don't go around handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully, terribly dangerous. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Yes, Miss Scone. Very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know. Strange. I thought she suspected Miss Scone. But something in that smile makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind. What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any developments to report?
Yes, sir. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case is open from the top.
That's rather unusual.
The temperature inside could be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. The Pisces case was kept at 26 degrees. I nearly got my hand stuck to it.
We're lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case?
Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of ubiquium.
Oh, now we're talking. That's odd. If there was ubiquium stuck to it, it should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid. It would? So, how did things wind up as they are now?
I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least, Mr. Thief might.
You guys are that desperate to get on my good side, Fine. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away. I can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy. But whatever, anything for the truth.
Overruled.
Before you get too carried away, the Goddess of Justice has no need of your help. We will find the truth ourselves. Youch! Why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Oh, wait, don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out. I am not required to explain myself to you. But if you feel that you must absolutely participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove to me that it will be worth our while to keep you around.
What exactly does she have in mind here?
Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation. Oh, you heard the lady, Smiles. Somebody opened a Pisces case and let out that gas. Considering what we learned so far, there's only one person it could possibly be, no? Yes, the answer is indisputable. Yeah, I'm sure it would be if I remembered the case so far, but I don't. Uh-oh. In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the poison gas? He breathed in the gas. He collapsed outside. Did he release it himself, perhaps? A process of elimination. It's obviously not Eustace. It's obviously not Verity. Obviously not Kay. It's not Gumshoe. It's not me. No, or Eddie Fender. I'm not Eddie Fender. I'm Miles Edgeworth. So, I can't bring up the save menu right now. Not an option. And yes, Larry is here under his pseudonym. I want to say it was probably the victim himself who released it. I think. Like it has to be, right? The only thing that makes sense to me. I don't think we have the presence of another person in here, so... Kind of shot in the dark, because I forgot the first half of this case.
Take that!
The victim, Carmelo Gusto, is the only person to have entered the Autumn Wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case. Correct. That appears to be the only logical answer. Very well. I will permit your participation in this investigation to continue. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed immediately. Understood. Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, tell me what you want to see. Let's use the data we've collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off. On it. Okay. Don't scare me like that. So this is what you were talking about. You're Mr. Thief. Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of ubiquium frozen to the underside of the top part of the case. Yeah, which is what's keeping that lid on real tight. The actual glass lid is all cracked though, right? Somebody really went to town on your little house there, huh, Pisces? Do we have any idea how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked?
It doesn't look like the outer facing side of the glass suffered any damage.
I see. So we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner facing side. Excuse me. And we also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way on its outer-facing surface. Thoughts?
Ice cold, makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir.
Cracks. Make me think about those deeply etched lines on your forehead. It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice-cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack. Huh. Well, I appreciate the science lesson, but why is it all heat cracked in the first place? Why indeed. A heat-cracked glass lid lined on its underside with frozen ubiquium.
And you look like the cat that got the cream, Mouser, Reno. You know what happened, don't you?
I certainly do. And what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case.
What? And you didn't give me a chance to figure it out first.
It would have been quite the wait.
Well, don't keep it yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers. How did Mr. Gusto open the case?
Blowtorch. The blowtorch showed signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the autumn wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack.
A blowtorch? Who uses a blowtorch to open a glass case? Oh, I get it. Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquium so he could open the lid.
Indeed.
Beat me to the answer by a second, and we'll see who wins in the end. Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue. Nuh-uh. It was Edgeworth making things hard to understand.
Kate, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winner can follow along too?
Sure, just for him. Alright, here goes.
Mr. Gusto was alone in the autumn wing. While he was in here, he used this blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquium on the underside of the lid.
And?
As the ubiquium melted, it mixed with the asphyxiant that was already present inside the glass case, thereby producing our poisonous gas. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room where he collapsed.
So he opened the case and out came the gas,
Seems we got there in the end.
Why the heck a doodle-doo did he want to open the case in the first place?
I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was.
I'm thinking he might have come here for the same reason I did. Check out, not the autumn wing, but the winter wing. You remember, right? I thought this was where the winter wing was when we first got here. Caught you out too, did it, my little Eddie Lumpkin? I was ever so confused. All of it being where Chillywinks' room was all those years ago. There's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. It wouldn't be all at 6s and 7s, eh?
Gosh hecky doodle do. Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. And to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winner, I suppose.
Eureka! Ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer.
The answer to what exactly?
The man was going to end it all. A dramatic exit stage left, sort of artsy-fartsy farewell. Have you been listening at all this whole time? At my level, I barely need to listen to a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on. Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative. Winners? Sure. Thanks, Givelle.
Thank you indeed. I've heard it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional. God, I hate Eustace.
In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends? Oh yeah, I totally forgot.
What is it now?
I took the liberty of investigating our friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather,
I had one of my underlings do it for me. That's nothing to brag about, you know. Shut up! Can't you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory for now, yeah? I have something more important to tell you. It was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap. How could you say that? I was greatly saddened to learn of this, Miss Scone. Your profession's one dedicated to saving lives, and yet you used your expertise to try to take one. I beg your pudding? How dare you? I did no such thing. Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winner? You bet I can. Get a load of this. This is Miss Delicious's pharmacist's license. And it says right here that she's authorized to handle Infesticide Ultra. The product that we have established contains asphyxian, one of the ingredients of our poison gas.
Please.
Thank
Just
you.
have a sip of water.
Stop slouching.
Robotnik. Get a load of this. I can't do a Robotnik voice. Exactly. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. But Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. I didn't do it. This is all just a terrible misunderstanding.
Objection!
But that's not all. There was a bottle of Infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. We know that you and Miss Bound took the victim to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket, hmm? No. There was only one person on the premises licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Scone. So we're just ignoring the fact that someone could have been illegally carrying it? Just because someone here had permission to carry it? This is a thin as fuck accusation, but alright. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery. Meaning you would have had access to the building and ample opportunity to prepare your trap. No, dear, listen, you don't understand. That Infesticide Ultra was stolen from me. Lying will only lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone. I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere. I'm sure of it. What is she looking for? That's not it. And that's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Here we go. I knew it was in here somewhere. Look! And what is this? There's something written on it, I think. April 1st. Complaint filed. Offence theft. Items stolen. Infesticide Ultra, 1 bottle. It's a crime report relating to a theft. A what? If people can't do that, that's illegal. See, you silly billies. I told you somebody pinched it off me. A week ago, no less. By which you mean to say that it was not in your possession at any point today? That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. I always have some in my medicine bag, just in case, you know. I'm supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but I'd forget my head if it wasn't screwed on. And now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff. I see. But why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you? Like I said, just in case. You never know when one of them might appear. You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice clean kitchens type of them? Don't you see? Murder is illegal. Therefore, the supposed victim is actually still alive. I wouldn't put it past him to say something like that. You just roll up a newspaper and whack. One and done. Psst, Cavell, what do I do now? Of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report, just to be safe. It can't hurt to verify Miss Scone's story, after all. She may be lying to us. Good idea. All right. I'm gonna go give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere. Miss Scone might not be guilty after all. Indeed. If she really? You did not know how to spell really, Capcom? Half an hour in, and we're already getting more typos. If she really were the one who set up the poison gas trap. Yes, it is. Really is spelt with 2 L's. Really. Really? Yeah. Oh, really? They took the L. I can't believe Capcom took the L on this one. Deary me. Then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. So do you think did it, Smiles? Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behaviour and the time and the means to prepare. 2 factors which point to one very specific person. Oh yeah? Well, who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy. Who had the means to steal the Infesticide Ultra and dress one room up to look like another? The only other person who had full access to the building, Judy Bound.
Take that!
Surely only Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory nonetheless. Yes, so it was her, huh? Strange. It's like he already knew. Huh, nice shooting, Marzarino. I might have to make that associate position a permanent deal. That is not what I was hoping for. I'm back with results. The police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and logged. Which means we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team. Let's never stop the prosecutors, because I'm the main character of the game, which means I have to prove everything. You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash? No, I mean, we're only just getting started. Oh, then what's our next move? Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bound. And then? And then I'll think about what to do after that. Eustace. Mr. Gusto's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly. Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing. Yes, sir. Cavell, we're going to go to talk to Miss... We're going to talk to Miss Bound. Very good, Eustace. We'll join you, if you don't mind. April 2nd, 1:35, Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Wait, didn't she say last week? Unless it's Monday and yesterday was Sunday, in which case she'd be technically correct. I guess. Or maybe it was stolen last week, but she only filed the report yesterday. Alright, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me. Hey, Mr. Winner, weren't we going to talk with Miss Bound ourselves? Sure, but I thought why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? It means I can just sit back and wait for their report. A winning strategy. You spoiled little... he's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain. It's a body! What on earth? Who the fuck is dead now? How did no one notice that? Trying to be an alligator. Oh, just like the last case, yes. Very cute. Order. Order in the court. Somebody call forensics.
Bad news, sir. Real bad news.
Order. I will have order, detective.
The ice sculptures in the winter wing. Oh, they've all melted. A body has been discovered.
Wait, wrong game.
What? Huh? Say?
Eustace, you ruined it. What is the meaning of this?
Now we have 2 victims?
Eesh, talk about deja vu. It's just like 18 years ago. Even the ice is melted again. Again? Oh, this is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before, I'll say it again. This is no coinky-dink. You with me, right, Malzarino? I am. And I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane. To be continued. Back to the flashback to learn more of the previous case. Someone has fallen into the river in Lego City. Dispatch the rescue helicopter. I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case. Or that it's been 18 long years since. A murder at a confectionery contest. And of one of the participants, no less. Artie Frost. Oh, hey, sweet potato. Yeah, Cost did... For those who missed, like, the first 5 minutes of the stream, Cost gave out a sub bomb of like 50 subs. And then an extra 20 on top, just so the number would be even. At what, 400, I think? Total subs? Absolute madman. Cost went crazy. But yeah, I am having fun. I hope you're having a good day, sweet potato. They pulled his body out of a treasure chest that was part of Samson Tangaroa's chocolate tableau? 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 Chocolate tableau. Alright, I'll take your word for it. Look, I struggle enough with English. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp, and subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicia Scone had made for the contest. But then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, all of his icy creations had melted clean away. "18 years ago. December 24th, 9:05 p.m. Contest venue, Fountain Room. All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out, and in no uncertain terms. Yeah, Christmas Eve.
So what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe he just up and kicked us out. Von Karma's a total jerk.
No, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene.
Yeah, but you didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth.
You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person.
Now, what if somebody innocent ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth?
It can happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included. Yeah, police less so, but you know. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in just such situations. To be friends to the friendless.
Friends to the friendless?
Now, we may not be able to investigate the Winter Wing as hoped. That doesn't mean we give up.
Oh, you're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry. I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth.
You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough.
I will, I promise. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you look like you could use a little pick-me-up. I'm afraid this is all I have. But please, by all means.
The same chocolates that were in Scone's bag? I wonder.
Oh, you're the best, Miss Bound.
Handmade chocolates by Bound as well. Rather misshapen and incredibly sweet. Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help. Although these are a little too sweet for my liking. And a little uniquely shaped.
I'm sorry if they're not to your taste. Oh, no way, they're great. They're so sweet. You're very kind. Imagine me, of all people, a mediocre confectioner. What? You mean you made these yourself? Yes. Samson loves chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties.
Iggy.
Avika and Imam? What? And a rabbit attend a blood drive. They are asked their blood types. The vicar answers I'm a type A. Imam answers I'm a type B. And the rabbit says I think I'm a type O.
Although he does spend most of the time coaching me on how to improve my technique.
Hey, Val, take a break. Have some water.
Thank you.
Stop slouching.
Had quite a few sips there.
Mr. Tangaroa sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bound whenever he wants sounds amazing. I'm sorry, did you say something? No, nothing at all.
Dear sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa, Miss Bound.
Of course. What right would I have to stay here otherwise? What do you mean by that? I was abandoned as a baby, and Mr. Tangaroa took me in. That's right. One snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion. He saved my life, and became the father I never had. I can never repay him. So my work for him is the least I can do, and I'll be here for him as long as he needs me. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard.
I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself.
And to think today is Christmas Eve.
and I can't even give him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him. Anything. Please, if there's something I can do to help, just say it.
We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you can help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim?
Not very well, I'm afraid. But if you wanted to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the final.
We have them in picture form, then. My. They're stunning.
Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Samson adored them too. Oh hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right?
I didn't know you were keen on constellations and the zodiac, Eddie.
Oh, I love it. Stories so stars can tell. In Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp's called. And the arrow and the... hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Oh, did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe? Doesn't sound like something he'd forget to do. Wait, really? I thought you just said you didn't know him very well. Oh, well, I just... He didn't seem like the type.
It seems she's got something to hide too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound.
Yes, I used this instant camera here. It develops the pictures as soon as you take them. It's so useful. Oh, I'd love to see it in action. Then why don't I take your picture? Yeah, come on, Mr. E, let's get a shot of the both of us.
Oh, alright then. We'll be ashamed to waste a good hair day.
Ready? Say cheese. Gorgonzola. There, all done. And the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Oh, that's such a cool camera. Well, it's the only one we've got, so we use it for all our picture-taking needs.
Cheese.
It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame.
So there aren't any negatives for us to reference. I assume Mr. Tangaroa used the same camera during the contest. Cheese.
Yes, you assume correctly. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape, and later to take some photos of the other contestants' works.
But didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway?
Yes, Samson wanted pictures of all the entrants' completed rooms, but the film ran out just as he finished photographing Mr. Gusto's work. So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were.
In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected.
Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way.
But had he really, though?
I went to our living area to change the film and was passing through the fountain room on my way back, when I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. Samson? Are you in here? Ah. Mr. Frost's body was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember, I called the police and then I went to tell everybody else. And the camera, it's been with me ever since.
I see. I'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera and this picture, Miss Bound.
Of course. Here you go.
Thank you. As a young woman about 17 years later would say, it does seem pretty sus.
New film cartridge has 20 exposures, but there are only 3 remaining. Photo of Frost sculptures taken by Judy Bound. Okay.
Detective Bad, Miss Scone, are they done investigating? If they're done with me, that's for certain. The big meanie told me to clear off. Honestly, that mannequins will be the end of me. The cheek of him.
Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene.
Did he run you off too, Detective Bad?
Yeah, Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around. Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own lead detective? Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's enjoying a nice little chat right now in Frost's room.
What about?
About the fact that Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest. Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room?
That's right. And I have to say, he looks very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to.
Well, he's candidate number 1 at the moment, as the guy who melded Frost's work. But is that really why Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room? Got a photo of the room right here. If you need it, it's all yours.
Well, wait, what? Why would you just give it to us?
No, I gotta spell it out for you, kid. I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out. Detective.
Really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma won't be happy about this.
Yeah, well, I'm not Von Karma's stooge. If he's gonna stonewall my investigation, then I'm not gonna play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. Now can I, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad.
Wow, I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E. Huh, I haven't the foggiest what you're all going on about, but here's to new friends, eh?
It's definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure. Alright, let's take a look at that photograph. Yeah. This is what Frost's room looks like right now.
Yikes! There's nothing left of his flavoured ice sculptures but puddles.
The floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from Miss Bound. I assume that the unplugged power cord has something to do with this. Yeah, once that was out of the socket, the display cases lost power, and up the temperature went.
It looks like they were all connected to the same power strip.
Do you have any idea when it was unplugged? Nope. Still working on that.
Those sculptures were beautiful. What a waste. Oh, you can say that again. I should have taken a few more bites out of them while I had the chance. So they tasted good? Oh, did they ever? I've never tried ices so scrumptious in all my life.
Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite.
Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable.
The salty bit?
It's in the other photo you've got there. This bit, the harpy thing.
Valerie,
Yeah.
please, just have a sip of water.
Thank you.
Stop slouching.
Big sip. Big stretch. Gemini's Lyre.
Wait, that's why it had no strings? Because you ate them? I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I told you it was all horrible and salty.
Peculiar, but okay. Probably relevant to something later. It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tasted different from the rest. What have I got for a sippy? It's more of the strawberry hibiscus juice that I got. Like, the tub comes with 40 servings. I'm having like one a day. And I can't speak for certain of its chilling out effects because it's always hard to tell when it's your own brain being affected, but I think I'm doing alright. I still think it's nice flavour. But yeah. I generally just mix a big lot of that before every stream lately. I seem chill? Chiller than usual? Maybe? But yeah. I mean, apparently all the root extracts and stuff it's got in it are scientifically proven to reduce anxiety, so... I mean, I'll take what I can get in regards to that, because my anxiety is a nightmare to manage. Yeah, I read that line. And could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone?
Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chillywinks' work. It was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can draw it for you. There we go. Yeah, it looked just like that.
It's almost like a signature or something. Wait.
I just knew Mr. Frost wouldn't have made that harp without strings. It's not the type to skip an important detail like that.
I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bell, but are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well?
What? No, I barely knew him, I swear.
Really, is that why you're sweating and passively dancing? It's a nervous habit, I just start tap dancing. Is that so? You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude toward his work.
No, I just... the sculptures were so carefully made. I didn't think he'd miss something so important.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his work than that.
What makes you say that?
And do I have evidence? PH. Because it's backwards, because it's on a stem. It does match that. That was found near the body. It's scrumptious, except for a bit salty. Covered in a thick layer of whipped cream, because Miss Scone's a fake. Tangaroa's favourite chocolates. I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions. And it shares a key feature of another piece of evidence.
Well, I won't know what you're talking about if you don't share. What are these 2 pieces of evidence of yours?
Which 2 items point to Mr. Frost? Hang on, 2 items. If the seal is one, then what's the other? Hang on, did this have It did. So the seal and the teapot? But the teapot was one you were using, so it might have been gifted to you, which might have implied a further relationship than you're letting on than just being acquaintances.
Take that!
Miss Scone found 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work.
I guess not. That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Chillywinks' statues had the letters PH carved into them, plain as day.
PH? Shouldn't it be AF? You'd think so, but take a look at this. It's the seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. And when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. The same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the items in the tea set.
The same pottery mark.
We've already established that the tea set is the work of the sculptor Paul Halik. From that, we can assume that these same letters would mark any item out as a piece of his work. A fact of which you are well aware, correct, Miss Bound?
Well, yes, I know that he always marks his work with his initials like that. He's never revealed his true identity in public, so it's the only way to know his works are truly his.
Iggy.
Shouldn't it be AF? No, that would break our teen age rating.
You mean Paul Halik was...
That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least as far as Miss Bound was concerned. You see, Mr. Frost was in fact a famed sculptor. Mr. Frost was in fact none other than famed sculptor Paul Halik.
What? Mr. Frost and Paul Halik were the same person?
It's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. Anyone who's seen it could fake being him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say he was.
It was proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct.
Huh. All right. I'll have the boys look into it.
I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you admit it. You were aware of who Mr. Frost really was.
It was. When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, but I just knew straight away that he was my dear Paul Halik. Imagine, his entries in a confectionery contest were his final legacy. A great man like that.
And, be honest, did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point?
What? Why are you asking me that?
The photograph of Mr. Frost's room, I'd like to know when it was taken.
Oh, I must have gotten it mixed up with the one Samson took during the judging.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. You've said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging, and that you've had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tangaroa had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's how you were able to take that picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body.
I suppose so.
This suggests that you took only 2 pictures with the new film, one of Mr. Frost's body and one of his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise.
You do?
What contradicts the assumption that she only took 2 pictures? Probably the camera itself. There are only 3 remaining. So that would imply 17 pictures have been taken. Since she said she replaced the cartridge.
Take that!
The camera?
You gave the picture of the body to the police and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me.
Oh, and you gave us that picture you took of me and Mr. Edgeworth, too.
3 photographs in total, and yet the film cartridge in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining, out of a total of 20. You took more pictures, and I want to know what of. I'll need to see all the photos you took. I don't think a Polaroid camera can go click, 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 click. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to.
I'm so sorry. I confess, I've been lying to you.
Huh. These are all shots of Frost's room.
I'm so sorry. Plus, says she took pictures of his work from every possible angle.
And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me. It was you?
It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was.
You are? Why?
Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Helik's work, as you know. I was petrified that they might be ruined, what with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity.
And how did that make them melt?
I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing.
By mistake? Are you sure?
I didn't notice it at the time, but, well, how could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces?
Seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it. But I'm not in a position to refute it either.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Please, don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth.
Oh, what he said. No hard feelings, Miss Bound. Thank you.
Mr. Edgeworth. Picture's yours. Hope it helps.
Okay. Oh god, not you again. Oh, what voice was I doing for Von Karma last time? Gosh, does anyone even remember? Wasn't I doing like a sort of vampire voice for him or something, I feel? Why is Von Karma here? Because he's the prosecutor on this case. And this scene is happening 17 years ago. I mean, Greg's alive, for starters. He's not killed Greg yet.
Are you infernal nuisances still here? You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like. The answer is still the same. You are not part of this investigation.
Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless.
It seems you don't know when to shut up either. But I commend you on your stubbornness.
Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting.
What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry. And to you, Mr. Gusto.
No concern of mine. I didn't do anything, and Mr. Von Karma agrees.
Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why.
Sure, I was...
He has such a deep objection now.
Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Judy Bound, you're coming with me. I have reason to believe that you are an accomplice of the accused, Samson Tangaroa.
No, I
will be interrogating you personally, so you had better get your story in order.
I understand.
Wait, please, I'm not done questioning her myself.
And you think I care because... Bad, Gusto, and you, Scone. I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers. Fine by me.
Oh, you could at least ask nicely, mannequins.
He took literally everyone with him.
Indeed. Well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we got going anyway. It is rather late. I hope the snow has let up.
You're right. Home time. Guess my stomach's in agreement too.
Alright, let's go grab a burger. Or my own stomach starts grumbling too. At past 9 PM on Christmas Eve? Good luck.
Sounds good to me. Well, let's eat up and rest up. We need to be fighting fit for tomorrow.
We will indeed. And our first port of call will be with Mr. Tangaroa. The cake murder? Cake? We're still in the confectionery place. We're on case 3. Christmas Day, 10 a.m. Detention Center Visitors Room.
Hey, it's Miss Bound. Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday.
She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you?
Yes, though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures. Are you here to see Mr. Tangaroa too? Yes, I'm terribly worried about him.
And Detective Bad, what are you doing back here? Oh, back there. Detective Bad just starts lining in the gremlins before realizing this is the wrong room. You're not here to visit the Grebs? Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon.
Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay.
Good morning.
Mr. Tangaroa, what happened to you? Oh no, Samson, what did they do to you?
They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired. They're not letting you sleep?
That's not police work, that's torture. What's going on here, Detective Bad?
I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now, if it weren't for him. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie. Let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangaroa.
Oh, you got it, Mr. Ree. My notepad's at the ready.
Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit, if you'd like to hear it. Of course, thank you.
You alright, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kinda spaced out.
I'm fine, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low.
Samson.
Do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? Would you like some chocolate? Is that chocolate? For me?
Oh, these are the chocolates I
wish I could give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa, but the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh, that's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose.
There must be some way we can hand them to him.
I hope Detective Bad is noting the meaningful looks in his direction. Let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad.
My hero.
I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Yeah. Don't know how much this means to me. Yeah. Keep it down, will ya? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. Wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now to sample these treats. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call.
Guess you're not such a bad guy after all.
Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Were they your handiwork, Judy?
Yes, how were they?
Feel the melt. Soft and smooth. Chocolate that'll comfort and soothe. Goddamn. Ear to ear, head to toe. Smile and savor the taste as it flows. Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh so flavorful. Thank you, Judy.
I'm so glad you like them.
And I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair.
Wow, is the food here really all that bad?
And just the usual. French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yet I couldn't taste a thing. Couldn't taste a thing? Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. And before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh, yeah. You were right about the victim's identity. Frost worked as a sculptor in France. He was known as Paul Halique. Artie Frost was Paul Halique? I never would have imagined.
Poor Mr. Halique. So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh?
This all would certainly explain why Mr. Halique was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. Bunch of Zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now.
He never finished his greatest masterpiece?
Nah, seems he was making statues for each season. But he never got around to the winter constellations.
Is the food really that bad?
Slightly muffled. Oh god.
It's fucking raw!
I'm taking that as a yes.
So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set.
Yeah, and now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry.
I mean, all I did was cup my hands over my mouth to muffle myself, which is why my lips didn't move.
Oh, no, Miss Bound, I wasn't blaming you.
One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make, which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called in a debt.
I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems.
I'm telling you, just gotta draw more Rouge the Bat feet pics and you'll be loaded. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Guy didn't even tell his family. I see. Alright, I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard, but I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly. He's a good man. He certainly is. And an uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in.
And to scare the pants off of anybody new he meets.
Now, you were going to tell me about what you learned yesterday? Of course. Allow me to give you a full report. Thank you for that. And allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learned the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two?
By all means, I'll gladly share all that I can.
What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest?
Let's see. There was Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, and so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well.
Which was...
It tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing.
Huh? And what exactly did his work look like?
Oh, there should be a photograph back at my mansion.
I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth.
Much appreciated, Miss Bound.
But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime.
So you were able to finish judging it? Even though his body had been discovered in the meantime?
Yes, I wasn't aware of what happened until after I'd completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. Part of the lyre, I believe. I'd never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into song.
I'm sorry, but you're saying the lyre tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. You're quite sure it was the lyre you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work?
I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture in that display case.
Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was the lyre, the one shown here, without any strings?
Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate.
So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all, and he enjoyed them. Miss Scone told us she ate a part of the lyre as well, but she said it was far too salty for her to finish.
And it's true. The truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste.
Something wrong? How so exactly?
There's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors. And I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweet foods on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now.
That would explain why the food here seemed so bland to him.
What? But your taste buds are your livelihood.
Even if there was some long-term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation.
Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion.
You do?
I do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like.
Samson, we can't show that recipe to just anybody.
Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney, and I have no secrets from him.
Yes, you're right. Of course, if that is what you wish.
What on earth is this secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding?
suppose I should be getting back.
Alright, we'll be right behind you. Judy,
Yes, Samson?
there's more to life than just me. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live, because I won't always be around.
Don't say that. Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting, right there at the mansion, until you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, Miss Bound!
Judy.
Oh, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why do you even say all that to her?
Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The Halik collection, the candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person and to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is for her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me.
I guess that makes sense.
He really does see her as his own child. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? And what parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked of you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving? I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. Yes. We'll have to do something about that.
Thank you for the follow. I do keep my followers anonymous, so if you do want to pipe up and chat, feel free, but you're more than welcome to lurk as well.
Hey, Val, take a break. Have some water.
And thank you for the hydrate.
Stop slouching.
Oh, big stretch. Okay.
You'll speak to the police for me? That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve for when the time comes. I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth.
We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangaroa. Every day. And Judy, too.
Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it. Mr. Tangaroa, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand, and I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that.
Yes, thank you very much, bartender. Can I call you Rusty?
Right, 11:03 a.m., Christmas Day. Detective Bad, thank you again for what you did earlier.
Yeah, thanks a ton.
What are you talking about?
No need to be shy about it.
Iggy.
I really hope that Judy doesn't spend the rest of her life waiting for me in spite of her own wants and desires.
17 years later. And so I've been waiting for him at the expense of my own wants and desires for 17 years. God damn it.
Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here, looking to investigate some more. We are indeed. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroa. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown.
What? We need to see those other rooms.
This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume.
Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet, either. Guy's probably got a hand in that, too. Don't expect to speak with anybody, except us cops and Miss Bound. Everybody else is gone. I doubt Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers.
Is this all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far?
So what's your plan of action, Detective?
Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth, like I promised.
You have my gratitude.
Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you and your bag of dirty tricks.
We had a nice heart-to-heart talk with Samson, Nessa. No new vital information other than Samson seems to have some kind of eating disorder where he can't taste salt. Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area?
Sure, but like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. Probably won't be seeing those rooms again.
That's fine. As long as there is at least some way of continuing our investigation, we'll make do. You think I'm making him sound like Joey Wheeler? Like, in present day, I'm doing a similar voice but pitching it down a little bit. I'm trying to pitch it up a bit because he's younger here, and it's starting to sound a bit like Joey Wheeler, I guess. Right, so, what do we do? Talk to you?
It's time to duel, Yug.
God damn it. Miss Bound, we're here to continue our investigation.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about earlier. She's still looking kind of down in the dumps, Mr. E. You think a children's card game would cheer her up a little bit? I got my Red Eyes Blade Dragon right here.
She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa had to say.
I found the photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours.
So... Frost and Gusto's here tasted the same. They do look incredibly similar. Like, the tail of the horse even looks like the tail of the phoenix there, or whatever it's meant to be. Got the same flowers. Got the same motifs around the base.
Oh wow, Miss Scone sure knows how to make a cute cake. Yes, Miss Sampson loved her design for that one. And he loved the designs and flavours of Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries too. Only problem was, as Sampson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, their respective entries for the final tasted nothing alike, it seems.
Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final?
Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest, but he was nowhere to be seen during the final.
Why would his son come and hang out at a contest venue of all places? You're sure you're happy for us to keep a hold of this?
Of course. I hope it helps with your investigation.
You think the horn looks the same? Hang on, I'll bring it up again. It's very similar, if inverted and missing the sort of spiraling that's going on the unicorn horn.
Iggy.
Maximilian Pegasus voice. I think you're overestimating my knowledge of Yu-Gi-Oh! I remember in the abridged series he sounded really flamboyant, but I can't recall his original voice. Well. I hope you've sharpened your case as well as your wits, edgy boy. Because it's time. Time to duel in court. So that's all I can do, really.
Oh, and I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned.
We've seen this book before. It was in the chocolate frame in Tangaroa's room.
That's right. He put it on display there so that everybody could see the grand prize. What? The cure is in the Ultimate Cookbook? So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it? Oh, no. We told the contestants, of course. And I guess nobody told you yet.
So the contestants all knew what the Ultimate Cookbook was this whole time. A book of formulas for creating cures for taste disorders and other chemical and pharmaceutical items. Why would that be the grand prize of a fricking dessert contest? I'd like to hear more about the cookbook, if you don't mind, Miss Bound. I mean, yeah, that does explain why she wants it. So if I understand correctly, the Ultimate Cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines.
Exactly. Or rather, totally new medications that haven't made it to market yet, to be precise. To the right buyer, the pharmaceutical company, for example, it would be worth a fortune.
But why make that the grand prize in a confectionery contest?
Mr. Tangaroa is the sole heir to the Tangaroa family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tangaroa Group.
The Tangaroa Group?
Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before.
It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. Sells all kinds of pills and poisons.
Oh yeah, that new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale.
I remember the Cold Killer medicine from Dahlia's case. When Mia, whatever, was defending Phoenix in the second game? Or was it the start of the third game? It was one of them. I think it was the third game.
I always reach for a cold killer when I'm feeling under the weather.
Which is never, as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa Group, if you don't mind. So did Mr. Tangaroa not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business?
No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Then, when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook.
And why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize?
He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own. He was tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it.
I'll bet the board of directors loved that. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else.
They hated the idea, of course. Which is why Delicia entered the contest. The Tangaroa Group wanted her to win the book back for them.
So you knew she was a pharmacist all along?
Yes, and not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's tastes. I tried to help her win.
But why?
I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroa Group. If that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. I wanted to find a way to keep it with the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to.
And that's how Miss Scone managed to make it so far in a contest she had no business taking part in.
Well, Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. And he still made it all the way to the final just like she did. Not bad. Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? He's such a talented sculptor, and a gifted crafter of desserts too.
Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time?
I'm not sure I have much more to tell you. But if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course.
She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of the tea you made us yesterday, if you wouldn't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely.
Oh, I'll have some too. Your tea is to die for, Miss Bound. Oh well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out. You know, I think that cheered her up a little.
Identical officers all stood in front of the doors. What about you? What are you looking at? Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating?
Sir, I'm analysing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir.
And what did you find?
Chocolate and what looks like the kind of flavourings and colourings used in frozen desserts, sir. Composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangaroa's work. And the flavourings and colourings match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost ice sculptures.
Those little rivers flow from all four artists' rooms right here to this fountain. I know I went to the museum there. Got my past and present mixed up. Because it is sort of a museum or art gallery in the present day.
Guess that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in here. That's not all, sir. We also found blood.
What? Why is there blood in the water? Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, Detective. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing.
You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they've removed the blood along the body.
The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was the part of the chocolate chest it had pooled on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to the victim.
Take that!
The victim, huh?
Iggy.
But surely Samson could have given the book to a country with socialized medicine that's helping the world through science as through confectionery.
Don't be silly. We live in Japan. I mean, California.
I'll have the guy compare it with the blood on the murder weapon. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's.
Why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like this? Good question. Oh, that's all I can do. Alright. We've learned a little more about the contest's participants. There's still one question involving Mr. Gusto for which we never got an answer. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto? You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why.
Sure, I was...
Objection!
Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information.
What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semi-finals. A confectioner who admits to lacking design sense, and a sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself. Which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me. Me neither. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Oh, do you now? Oh, thought it might have been. Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it. Mr. Von Karma, I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusto, so there is no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have. He seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto. In which case, fine, then allow me to take you up on your offer. Very well. What is it? I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost. The connection between Gusto and Frost? It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest. Oh, that's it? That's all? That's all I have to say to you.
What? But that doesn't help us at all.
We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. Can I prove it's not a coincidence? They're entries that tasted identical? I mean, I know it's a confectionery contest, but even that's a bit of a stretch. Objection!
Objection!
Oh, it's been a while since I've yelled that. I wonder if you could look at the two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semi-finals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree? Get to the point. As the nameplate suggests, these were Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that confectionery design was far from his strong suit. And yet, his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that their two entries also tasted exactly the same. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance the two may appear to be superficially different, it soon becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they were put together. They are made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. This picture is proof positive that the two were working together. If you've figured that much out, I suppose there's little point in denying it. Mr. Von Karma knew all along they were cooperating? But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage. Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out all the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. So, you knew the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth? Please, enough with the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid you poking your nose around before I could provide proper context in court. Yes, this is the Von Karma. We are currently playing a case in the past. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you. It doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it is he's hiding. Can't let things end like this. They were working together. He spelled out the details during his questioning.
Hold it!
Did Gusto's hair change color after your interrogation last night too? No comment.
Last night, after Mr. Frost's work melted, correct?
Yes, I interviewed Gusto personally. Yeesh! One-on-one with Mr. Von Karma. That must have been terrifying.
I imagine Mr. Gusto probably meditated his way through the difficult parts.
He most certainly did not. Every time he closed his eyes, I brought him back with an almighty snap. No one dares to plead the fifth with me.
Did that even work on him?
And that is how I was able to perfectly learn every last detail of Gusto and Frost's relationship.
Hold it!
But why were they cooperating?
Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone.
So what was their endgame? Why cooperate only until the day before the final?
Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal was to be crowned the world's best confectioner. And his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another. Cheaters can only ever win hollow victories, I guess.
I was under the impression that their collaboration had only lasted through the semi-finals. I'm starting to think it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together if you don't mind.
If you must.
Wait, that's...
Until the day before the final, and then decided to compete on their own merits.
That's a new line, then. New line is usually the key. Frost sculptures were scrumptious except for the lyre, which was salty. But if they were working together until the day before, and this was the final entry, where only one part of it was wrong, perhaps then it was made in advance. Except for that last bit. I'm gonna press first, I'm not sure.
Hold it!
He might be lying. You really believe that they were cooperating until the day before the finals and then just simply stopped? Seems a little strange to me, wouldn't you agree?
I have told you the truth. Whether you find it strange or not is none of my concern.
Concerned enough to try and hide it from me only a few minutes ago, though. Which means there must have been a reason for that. Based on Mr. Tangaroa's assessment, it sounded as if Mr. Frost's entry for the final was the clear winner.
Which means he must have still been working with Mr. Gusto, right?
That's precisely what I was thinking. You must have some evidence that proves they were cooperating right up through the finals. I mean, if he is lying, and it wasn't made in advance, that's this one, then all of it would have been super salty, right? I feel like it has to be this. Objection!
Objection!
They weren't working together during the finals. I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Scone is on the record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals.
How many times must I explain this to you? Assertions require proof, and one person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame.
How is that not an entirely subjective statement?
Furthermore, you are ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony.
Still gripping his arm? Wrong arm. He was shot in the right arm. Why do I remember that? I remember his sprite from the first game. He would fully clutch his right arm, like above the forearm, and the upper arm near the shoulder. As he... Hang on, I'm gonna find it. Von Karma sprites. Give me a... Oh, yep, sprite gallery. Perfect. Is it as I remember it? Yes, it is. I can't frickin'... It's a web P. God damn it. Hang on, let me just show it on stream. It's pretty low res, hang on. I mean, it was a Game Boy game originally and DS after that, so hang on. There. Other arm. Told ya. I remember the weirdest details. I don't know. So when he's just crossing his arms and just gripping his arm like that, he's just a bit frustrated with me. So unless he does that exact sprite again here, then we know that sprite is just because of the bullet.
Namely that she also described some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery. Tut tut tut. No more objections, I take it?
There must be some way I can prove that Gusto and Frost were still collaborating.
Mr. A? There's something that's been on my mind.
Yes, sir. What is it, Eddie? Good night, Cost. Hope you sleep well. Thank you for the 70 fucking subs, you absolute madman. You're single-handedly guaranteeing my Twitch payout. Mr. Frost's entry... Oh no, that's still Fender.
Mr. Frost's entry for the finals. Wouldn't it have taken a while to make?
I would imagine so.
Making flavoured water, freezing it all, and then carving 2 whole sculptures? Could he really have done all that and helped Mr. Gusto with his work? If it was me, I'd have barely gotten as far as the setting the flavoured water up to freeze part. I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off.
Perhaps there's some lawyerly instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your ponderings certainly point to another possibility. My gamer chair? I don't have a gamer chair. In fact, it's thanks to the stream a few months back that I got like a nice office chair that's actually very comfortable and good for my posture.
Hey, Val. What do you think about some juice?
I think I would like a drink. I would also like to reset the throwables, which have clearly broken again. I'll do that while I take a drink. Okay. Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavoured ice to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself.
Alice's gambling addiction? What gambling
Oh, right, Magic the Gathering. Never mind. Made it before the final. Is it actually what I thought, that he just made it in advance? He made it before the final. He must have made the flavoured ice the day before. Then all he would have had to do was sculpt it. What are you muttering about now? No, I'm sorry. I just realised something, that's all. I realised that you're correct.
What? Mr. E?
I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, accepting defeat at last, are we?
The only thing I'm accepting is perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavoured ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. And whose flavours would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yeah, he's got a different sweating animation here. They actually paid attention to that. They didn't just reuse his gripping his arm because that was all to do with the bullet.
Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me. That he helped Frost until the day before the final.
In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return?
I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Objection!
Perhaps not, but I can imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us. So why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim?
How dare you call my methods into question?
It's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me.
One good reason? Certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case.
Objection!
How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, I could very well have been the motive behind this murder.
Objection!
Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the details of his collaboration with the prosecution?
And yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Nessa. This is before that, because Greg's still alive. We were just wondering if they would recycle the animation of him gripping his bullet wound for his sweating animation, but no, they paid direct attention to that fact and gave him a new animation, and I'm just appreciating that attention to detail.
Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the details of his collaboration with the prosecution? Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions this time.
Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time that we know of. And I imagine Mr. von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was. Which means this is probably a trap.
Well, you can't go to your tongue?
But even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. That fact alone is reason enough to suspect him.
If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you.
I knew it. It was a trap.
I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come.
Plus, I'd hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this. That's Gusto and Frost, and their sons. Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph. But why? It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned that the fact of Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusto's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise. Oh dear. He's never going to let me talk to Mr. Gusto. Now, if you are quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with.
A smug, self-righteous jerk. I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Mr. Tangaroa's finished if we can't figure something out.
Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tangaroa, surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime?
Something on your mind, Mr. E?
We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with a prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa. And yet, he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Baird?
Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too.
No autopsy report. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing.
You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they'd removed the blood along with the body.
Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in a most unusual place.
It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's.
So there were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Yet we found some in the fountain instead. Why? Different crime scene? Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene. Traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Could someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood? So the body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been that the body had been recovered by the forensics team. But what if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bat the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? It's, did Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival.
Mr. E?
We've both heard the rumours about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even.
Sure, everybody's heard of that stuff.
Why does he still have a fucking job?
But what's that got to do with us right now?
I would never judge a person on the basis of rumours alone, even Mr. Von Karma. I've tried my best not to let my preconceptions colour our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends.
Twist the truth? You mean, he's been playing dirty?
I fear he might have been, and still is. I'm not about to let him get away with it.
I am returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Oh, yes, sir.
Hold it!
You're not even pointing in his direction.
Yes, what is it now?
I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us.
Really? You mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you. If you obstruct the police and their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection!
It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma, it's you.
What?
Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of a crime is?
What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is or is not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable cases.
Objection!
Rest well, Abby. Hope you get well soon. And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of whole cloth, perhaps?
Ha! And I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence.
Hello, I'm the infernal attorney.
So sometimes it is a cold day in hell.
Damn, he is good. I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Badge from doing his job at every turn. What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body. What?
He doesn't have the body?
Objection!
Ridiculous. You're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander.
Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong, if you can.
Tut tut tut. I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. I am under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or the other.
Objection!
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear? And where did it go?
What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found, so what?
So what indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense.
What is this petty obsession with the blood stain? But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went?
Of course. After all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence do I have that shows where the blood went? Found in the fountain, but not at the scene of the crime. Gotta be that then.
Take that!
Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing piece of blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows to the fountain, which strongly points toward one certain fact. Someone purposefully disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me. Why did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the fountain water. No, but I do. Curse you, Bad. You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you are officially off the case. I was barely on it in the first place. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered? It's really quite the claim, you know. And one for which you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid. What must I do to get an answer out of him? Now, if you don't mind, I have given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma. Your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. I mean, he kind of does. It just takes him dying to do so. Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always gonna end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. There's time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am, and I'll prove it in court. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm off the case now. That's very kind, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad, but there is one more thing. Hey, well, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in on the secret. Alright, Eddie. The detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted. But I'd prefer to have an ace in the hole just in case. And? What is it? You'll find out in the courtroom. Oh, wait, what? You're letting me join you? Of course I am. You are my assistant, after all. I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know. We can take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. Though I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time. Right, but we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. It's an expression from poker, meaning an extra surety to assure victory, but that's not important right now. Are we really doing a sort of airplane reference on this? This man has to be taken to the hospital.
What is it?
It's a big building with sick people. Well, that doesn't matter right now. I just saved. Right, back to the present. April 2nd, 2:10 p.m., Fountain Room.
And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of IS-7, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case.
So what happened at the trial?
Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us.
Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent?
Oh, we could prove it alright. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we'd feared.
I can imagine. Secure a conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. Whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th that following year. It's April now, so... Oh mama. We're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh?
December 28th. I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery.
Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad, he even said he wanted to be found guilty.
Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him?
Yeah. Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from them from the very beginning. But when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass.
Cheese. Grated.
He even had himself a fake autopsy report, but that wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though.
The same ace he asked Detective Bat to help him with?
Exactamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed a confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations.
I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh?
Well, we all did. But he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good or bad. They don't make him like that anymore. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Seidman got fired.
Ian Seidman? For fuck's sake! God fucking damn it, Capcom. Inside Man. Oh, we got a mole. Who could it possibly be? It's either Johnny Tightlips or Ian Seidman.
Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad. He took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor.
For the one and only time in his 40-year career. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but of the whole sad affair. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy. He never got the chance. And I should have left with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. I hope you can forgive me. No, you had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. No, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. The part about the verdict, it's been changed. What? Here, feast your peepers on this. Samson Tangaroa, age 39, organizer of confectionery contest. Victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangaroa discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Verdict: convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Convicted as an accomplice? That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse.
Water.
Stop slouching.
I appreciate all the hydrates today. A lot of reading. But then why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess is he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. So everything I believed about the case was a lie? Well, like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. Statute of limitation... The statue of limitations. Capcom. Capcom, please. It's not a fucking statue. The statute of limitations. But the truth's still out there, you know? The statute of limitations. I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. The prosecution handed it off to somebody else, too. The great Von Karma wasn't gonna bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found, and Samson was found guilty instead. That's terrible. Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Not without the real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances, so he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. Now riddle me this, Mousy boy.
Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died? That's right.
You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa.
Bingo. Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise. But Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson's still being unduly punished day after day. How heartbreaking. You gotta do something, Mr. Fender. Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display, just like they were all those years ago. We're gonna see what we can find out. Right, Miles Areno?
I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father.
Miles.
Well, that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth, I want to know the truth behind both of these cases, and I'm not leaving until I do.
You really are old Gregory's son, through and through. Alrighty then. Now that that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I borrowed the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations.
Alright, I want to look at that. Thank you, Fender. Statute of Limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. Yeah, 18 years ago, rock salt lamp. No detailed autopsy report due to the body going missing. Body was discovered in the room. Cause of death was blood loss following a blow to the head.
Here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you.
Small mountain of evidence received. Wait, it's not in there yet. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. It's just 4 pieces, come on. The cookbook with the taste disorder recipe, like, cures. Finger marks with no prints on the frame. Photograph of the murder weapon, the salt lamp stained with Frost's blood. And a photo of Frost, Gusto, and their sons. Gusto's son visited his father daily up through the semi-final. Okay.
You know, our current case is just full of loose threads too, come to think of it.
Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which has been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. 2 chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's display case, ubiquium and asphyxion, that form a poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who is no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago.
Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
That new body. Is it the body? The only way it could be, and still be preserved after all these years, is if the body was frozen, perhaps. Possibly inside a statue. Ooh, another goblin joins the harem. I mean, the chat. Hi. Lovely to have you. First time chat, but you still subbed. Maybe a victim of Cost's sub bomb earlier.
Oh, no you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? I could have sworn this is my investigation.
Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee.
Gothsecutor? What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation.
Your offer is duly noted and duly declined.
Oof. Oh, she isn't pulling any punches.
The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need.
Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be.
What? Really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law.
Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. Artie Frost.
Take that!
I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost.
What? You're saying that was poor Chillywinks? Wait, who the heck is Chillywinks? Or Artie, or whoever it is you're talking about?
Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace, although he was better known as Paul Halik. The sculptures on display here are all his works.
No way.
Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident.
Judge Gavelle knows about the IS-7 incident? Not necessarily, but the child genius trope is played out a lot more in Japanese media than it is in more Western stories. Especially in the Ace Attorney series. The victim is Mind Goblin, Eustace.
Mind Goblin?
Mind Goblin D's nuts. Judge Gavelle knows about the incident?
Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. And according to police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out.
Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted.
What are you insinuating?
That while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course.
Yes, this is Winner.
What? Really? What is it, Eustace?
The body. We've got an ID.
Some sculptor called Frost or something, so I guess Edgeworth called it?
Good goddess of justice!
So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gavelle, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case. More than a certain junior prosecutor, anyway.
Yeah, no fair. You're trying to steal the win.
I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. If we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together.
You do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Whoa there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that.
Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender.
Yep. See, I was on the defense team for IS-7.
so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or, to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? Yeah. And who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive?
Judge Cavell seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail. In which case, I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf.
Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth. He's the son of the original defense attorney, and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. If that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Very well. You may both assist in the investigation. But only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The Winter Wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours. Alrighty. Great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in? Show we're all on the same side of justice.
Cue hammer extend. Yeah.
Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time.
Duly noted, Your Honor.
Ow. This is a turn up for the books, huh, Milesy? Well, you get to do our thing after all.
Thanks to your immeasurable help, as always.
No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own things, so just holler if you find something interesting.
I will. Okay, shall we?
Heck yeah! Let the investigation commence.
Still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium.
You're right. We need some more intel.
Possible to add the gavel to the throwables? If you can find me a transparent PNG, or like at least a very clear shot of it that I could edit to become a transparent PNG, I can set that up. Like, even if it's got a hand on it, I might be able to like edit around that. If you're talking about the extended gavel and not just a regular gavel. I mean, you could probably find a regular gavel PNG fairly easily, I'd imagine.
It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right?
Correct. It's also bright red in colour and has a distinctive minty fragrance.
Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for.
Right. What do we start with? We've got loads of people in here to talk to and things to look at. Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart.
Pamphlet says the gallery's famous for its tea.
Understandably so. The cup we were given was delicious. The gavel extended on impact. I could set it up to do that, Nessa.
Looks like all this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost.
Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. Oh, it's all yellow, okay. What's this bottle? Yeah, if you send me something that looks workable, I'll work some editing magic on it and see what I can do. A caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. It's a well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Hang on. There you go. Yeah, it just auto-culls because we screen all our links. Don't worry about it. Fine. Not a bad thing to use, considering the quality of the blend Miss Bound serves. The tablecloth draped over the cart is pure white and completely spotless. It's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh! Okay, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be. Oh, come on! What's the worst that can happen? Even if it does go all sideways, we'll just wind up with a cool tea-coloured tie-dye. Yes, well, I'd rather it remained white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it. Really? There are so many other colours that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. Initially missed, but the extension... Oh, I don't think I can do that. There's the throwing tits, Twitch integrated throwing system that I use does have modifiers for like on impact do this. So I can make it like on impact change into this. So I'd make it turn into the extended version when it hits me. So this dishware was made by Artie Frost. Looks very fancy. Looks uncomfortable to drink out of, too. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Wow, this stuff's really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Fender said, to still have this. Okay, well that was important to find. Not in both forms. I'll see what I can do. I'll have a look after the stream. 70s kids be like, you kids don't know how good we had it. Back in my day, we had Rambo costumes that came with a real 50 cal HMG, survival knife, and severe PTSD. What? Where did that even come from, Lauren? Hey, Edgy! What is it? Fender sounds like panda. Fender? Panda? What? Oh, it had nothing to do with anything. Okay, Lauren, thank you. A red Fender. You know, it'd be really funny if, like, Panda is actually here and, like, has to double take the stream every time I mention Fender's name. It'd be really funny. You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Honoured guests? I can pour you a cup if you like. Miss Bound. Judy! I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You to knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. Oh, this smells great. Tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning? Why, yes. Is it all right? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? No, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. Really? That's odd.
Stop.
I used the exact same blend both times.
Stop slouching.
Thank you for a drink. I can't see what could account for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will ya? What's gotten under your skin, Larry? Nothing. It's just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Loris Donim, dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, that was childish, even for him. Wow, What happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit. It does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. What if Artie's body was inside that ice statue? Possibly just encased within, maybe in the midsection where the big cloth is, so it's harder to see. And the other guy was trying to get him out, but it was booby-trapped. Then afterwards it melted, revealing the body, and then the body was then thrown into the fountain. Oh, well, one of the water channels which ended up in the fountain. Yes. Larry's pseudonym. Why would the other guy be trying to get him out? To uncover the truth? Because they were connected? They cared about each other? So he wanted to finally unveil what really happened here. That's my idea, at least. Can I look at the stain on the floor? From the colour and aroma, I'd say this is a puddle of spilt tea.
And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it.
With the pH on it.
I guess somebody must have broke something?
I know that insignia. A certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. Where were you before you rejoined us here, Miss Bound?
I had to go and tell our visitors we're closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about?
Yes, a few things, actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them?
Oh, you know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for this current exhibit.
Why go through the trouble of creating replicas?
The Mr. Frost Zodiac series was this great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place, after all.
I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar?
Oh, my, you really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one in the other by accident.
Oh, she's clearly lying. I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Where did Larry go? You git. Come here. I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is.
Oh, quit it with the glare off, you two. It's weird. Oh, come on, Kay. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring. I was struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring.
Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding.
Quit it! I already told you. I'm not talking to you anymore.
You're talking to me right now.
I mean, from now on. Not talking to you ever again. Starting now.
This is getting me nowhere. I suppose I'll have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him. It was you, wasn't it? You broke this. And you're trying to violently cover it up by calling me rude. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry?
Why would you show me that?
Tell me, what is it about Miss Bound's tea set that's got you so agitated? Well, when something smells... If you won't tell me, then perhaps you'd prefer to explain it to Judge Gavelle?
Oh wait, don't make me look bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy.
Larry, nobody thinks that.
I don't want her to see the real me. The real low-down, dirty me.
I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me.
Alright, I'll talk.
Alright, Larry, enough is enough. Confess.
Is this any way to treat your best friend, Edgy?
Is this any way for you to treat yours? Is this any way for you treat yours? Okay, now we're just missing full-on words. Capcom. This is like the third one today? I think maybe 6th or 7th in total. We have a lot of spelling errors in this game, and just grammatical errors. Is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him? Hiding things?
Well, get the picture already. Stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and... smash. Oh, broke the teapot. Priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me.
No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from.
Ouch. Oh, you really messed up this time, Larice. See, Edgy? Everyone's gonna think less of me now. Judy's never gonna forgive me for this.
Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound.
My teapot, I see. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50. Please, Mr. Donim, it's really me who should be apologizing. How could I fail to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Let me make sure that's safely disposed of.
The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured, and you must be upset.
No, I am. But of course all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world.
Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be?
Can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. This other teapot you're talking about, it's one sitting on top of the cart right now, right? What do you mean? And so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. And that's when I saw the other pot under there, so I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Oh, I see. Yep, that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one. Promise.
You have no shame whatsoever, do you?
I'm sorry. It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest. The Edgy, isn't Judy the absolute best?
I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow.
I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. It was one of my models after all. It's only fair.
At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. But don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while?
No, but I will be keeping out of her way, because I sketched her and the others already.
Her and the others?
Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Want to see? Interested in Larice's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged Kay. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time, too.
Unusual details? But nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work yet. Really? Now I want to see them too. Oh, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay?
I suppose we might as well take a look. So, these sketches of yours...
Seriously, Edgy, if you wanted to check out my art, you should have just said from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this.
What am I looking at here?
Told you already. Ravishing beauties. Just a few of the fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know? There's Verity and Judy and somebody else.
Why did you draw them all on the same page?
I meant to draw the room at first, just something to pass the time. And then I saw one beauty and another, and well, just scribbled them all down as I went.
So these were all drawn at different times?
Yeah, I guess.
So why is our chemist fussing with the fountain looking very distressed, I wonder? Verity's portrait doesn't seem indicative of anything. I note the tray carries chocolates this time instead of tea. Or the cart, even. There isn't a tray, they're just on top of the cloth.
I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page, though. Oh, you did? I'm flattered.
How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw?
Of course! You think I draw things I can't see? Like, using my imagination? No, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each colour.
So the colours are accurate. Interesting. Much as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving cart in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Could I borrow this for a while, Larry?
Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you?
Just the page, please. Yeah, now I can see we have a text box in the way. Seems to be fussing a blue cloth in the water. Can't tell if she's washing it or pulling it out. The cart does have different stuff on it. The teapot switched, that's why it's smelly different. I suspect the difference in aroma we've noticed is due to the teapots having been switched.
You do?
I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot?
I suppose so.
My cup just now had a subtle minty scent, rather like uva tea.
Oh, I just remembered I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma's coming from.
Minty, though, you say? Could that really be it? The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint.
Right, Miss Bound said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday.
Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking of one.
You're right. You'd expect it to be the other way around.
I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart.
But why?
One of Ubiquium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some in that teapot?
What? In the teapot?
Simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winner, any luck finding that Ubiquium?
No! My people are searching the entire gallery,
but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea.
I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no chance of use... What? You do know where it came from?
Yes.
But where?
Miss Bound's teapot.
Oh, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner.
It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence.
Oh, it's just evidence. Then I'll have one of the forensics people check it out. Mr. Edgeworth, is there some sort of problem with my teapot?
Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that?
I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you.
That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There are all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Felicia, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it up at all.
Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that.
And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. Even if you did find some ubiquium in my teapot, I wouldn't have had any idea what to do with it. I suppose we should see what the test results say first.
Miss Bones,
Blah, blah, blah.
Eustace, if you wave that baton in my face one more time, I'll have Kay replace it with a live grenade.
Oh, please, there's no way... What's that ticking noise?
I don't think live grenades tick. Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Who mentioned ubiquium? Well, let's check the history. I think there's something wrong with the teapot. No, you're right, but we have been talking about it with her around, so I think it makes sense that she would catch on to the name. If it was going to be a key thing, I'm sure Edgeworth would have gone, hang on a minute. Seems the police have already removed the body. I was trying to talk to the officer.
Why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? Why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here?
Need I remind you, zombies aren't real? It seems likely that the body was preserved somehow.
Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics guy, anything to report?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxian have been detected in the fountain.
I'm going to say they were probably carried here by the stream from the autumn wing.
In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. Composition of the sugar is being analysed as we speak.
The sugar in the fountain? Where would it even have come from? The ice sugar sculptures? Edgeworth speaking.
Sir, it's me!
Is everything alright, Detective?
Everybody's left the winter wing, it's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found out.
You really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now.
The exhibits in here are all completely melted. All that's left in the display cases is some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the Taurus case than in the Gemini case, though.
Describe this stuff for me, if you can.
Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it.
Which were?
Sugar, salt, and blood.
Blood? What is salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample?
Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir.
Please do, Detective.
Oh, I also spoke over the radio with a forensics guy working in the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid.
I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Anything else to report, Detective?
Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the winter wing, too.
There were a few of those being used in the autumn wing to disguise it as the winter wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this.
Anyhow, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about the blood.
Yes, thank you, Detective.
Was that Gummy? Seemed like he had a lot to say.
He did, and all of it very useful. If I'm going to prove that Miss Bones' claims about who could have set up the poison gas trap are false, I'll need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. Can I talk to you first?
Body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway.
And how's the rest of the fountain looking?
Rather beautiful, actually, sir. Water's crystal clear, kind of soothing.
Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago. Do you mind, Mr. Winner? You're in my way.
I do mind, actually, and I'm not going anywhere. You'll just have to go around me. We just thought you might want to move to a better spot, that's all. What better spot? I demand you to show it to me at once.
Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever we want? Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may.
Of course, dear. Fire away. Anything for you, Milesy Smilesy, and dear sweet little Tooth Decay.
I'd appreciate it if that was the last time you called me Milesy Smilesy.
I'm not a fan of Tooth Decay either. Well, you just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it. Well, I guess we tried.
What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seem to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics.
I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I brought her 4 lovely new salt lamps and gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you. Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course.
It better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was.
Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. Whatever happened to you, eh?
A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender? I can't quite picture that, I have to say. So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct?
Yep, salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit.
There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing. I'm sure I saw another one somewhere.
I'm not lying, it's just in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it.
What is she looking for?
That's not it. And that's not it.
That cloth looks familiar. Maybe I should jog her memory of something so Miss Scone will tell us more. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one.
Grimy? How rude. You'll get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man.
Shall I call it a dish towel, then? Perhaps you used it to wipe up some sort of spillage.
A spillage, he says. The cheek. That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. I probably shouldn't have told you that.
I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Well, first, gas. Doing it in order. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack, Any ideas?
Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled Infesticide Ultra would know, for a start. After all, it says it right there on the label. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever.
What about a layperson? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say?
I suppose so, yeah. Well, not unless they'd had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook, anyway.
Prize from the contest 18 years ago.
Recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with that not mixing with ubiquium bit, is in there, you know.
Ah. So you're familiar with the contents of the book?
Oh yes, dear, I know it inside out. Because I work for the Tangaroa Group, you see. I'm the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it.
Cold Killer X. Fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently.
After Sammy Poople was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course.
Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag?
Oh, well, I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I fished it out of the fountain.
She was pulling it out, okay.
Right before they called me into the Autumn Wing.
So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is of when she was trying to retrieve the cloth.
At first I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy.
One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct?
Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the Autumn Wing, weren't they? So I realised it must be the one that went missing all those years ago. Yeah, I'd already had my Infesticide Ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. One of my cloths turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too. Well, I was going to look guilty as sin, wasn't I? I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best.
I see.
It does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion.
So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, just happens to have reappeared in the fountain at the same time as the body. We have another missing word. I don't think just happens to reappeared. Yeah, no, I think that sentence needs another go-over as well. Luminous cloth updated.
Valerie,
Get.
it's time to hydrate.
Stop slouching.
Alright, hydrate. Oh. What else can I do? That's marked as done. Why is there a lift cart just sitting out here in the open?
Somebody must have been moving something heavy.
The top of the platform seems to be wet.
You know, I got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. Hey, you mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost's room. He must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. One of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat.
And it's wet.
I just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these. Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah?
Indeed. After all, it just might have something to do with our case. Do you have anything?
Hey there, Mauserino. What's the situation with the investigation?
Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge.
Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too, then.
This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago.
And how? It's got the lot. Melting statues in the Winter Wing, even the murder victim's body. Why did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing? Well, Frost had no family apart from his son. And well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Gusto's son too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared. What? They were never found? Well, Gusto's boy wasn't, as far as I heard anyhow. Guess Frost's kid turned up in the end though. He collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release the body, and no need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filed their fake autopsy report and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody.
Still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. Says you, Edgeworth. I remember your updated autopsy report. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound?
Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for a Mouster.
I do not.
Chill, I'm just yanking your chain. Anyway, what can I say about Judes? Well, she's a real brave trooper, for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place.
What? They threw her out?
Yep. Judes wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, no job after Samson took the fall. She had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though.
Yes. Why did she retire?
Well, she'd finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the Ultimate Cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after they basically stole it. Guess this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back. All of it.
Fender seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangaroa's for herself. Do I have anything to piece together at the moment? Recovered the house and the cookbook. Contains instructions for the gas. Yeah, I think those two go together. The Ultimate Cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poison gas. And the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound.
No way. You mean...
I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. Present cookbook? What kind of pharmaceutical recipes are in the Ultimate Cookbook?
Oh, there are so many. It would take a while to go through them all. But if you really want to know, well, let's start the show. Come join me as we sing this song. It's a nifty, thrifty 2 hours long. Now, one by one, we'll sing the things that the world's best little cookbook brings.
What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Want to listen to the rest?
No, that won't be necessary. I can't talk to her about it, though. What else isn't marked with a check mark?
Mr. Winner was very clear you're only allowed to investigate in this room. I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir.
Wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall.
But we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, sir.
Oh, he actually sounds kind of scared of you.
The check mark has never once been fake in all 7 games I've played so far. I don't think they would do that. So what kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct? I can talk to you again. No, it's... Have you read the Ultimate Cookbook, Miss Scone?
Of course I have. I'm a pharmacist, you know, even if I do wear a big pink hat. I think it's so cool you're a pharmacist. So do I, dearie, so do I. Aren't you a sweetheart, my little tooth decay?
Since when were you interested in pharmaceuticals?
Shh, I'm working my magic, Mr. Edgeworth. Buttering her up so she'll do what I want. Anyway, Miss Scone, Delicia, I was wondering if you could maybe... No! How many times, you cheeky little imp? Once your name's decided, I can't change it. Dang. So much for the sneaky approach. What kind of great thief am I?
Well, not a very good one. She's not marked as done. You are. You're not. But I doubt you've got anything for me.
Don't think you've gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your actions to the committee.
Do whatever you need to do, Judge Gavelle.
And we'll do the same. You are the self-styled great thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course. Go ahead and report me to your stupid... Oh no, it's Kana.
Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the thieving community.
Looks like Judge Gavelle will have to think up some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay. Doubt this is anything.
It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. Man's got a real pained look in his eyes, though. This is another Paul Halik piece.
Yes, from his younger years, when he was something of a dreamer. He depicted those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled, My Parents.
As the mom shone brightest in that house.
Case analysis, Fountain Waters a match. Oh, hang on. Is there anything I can do with this? Top of the platform is wet.
Maybe someone used it to move something liquidy around.
Yes, but the question is who and what? There's Zoom. Is there really nothing else on this?
Looks like this pedal lets you adjust the height of the platform, Mr. Edgeworth.
Indeed, let's give it a try.
If you would, Kay. On it. Ta-da! A single person could transport quite a heavy load using one of these. I'll say. I bet they could even cart Gummy off with it.
For what purpose exactly, may I ask? Nope, still same. Okay. Is it different to this cart? Can I present you the sketch?
Oh, look at that, a picture of silly old me.
That's right. You seem to have caught the artist's eye.
Very lovely, Laurie Lambkin. I'll have a word with him and say thanks.
Well, I'll be glad to introduce you.
And there's the evil smirk.
You're not going to know anything about the lift, are you?
Well, you really do carry some cute rubbish around with you, don't you?
Yeah, you don't... Okay, this is your... I don't know what this item is text. What am I missing? You have to be missing something. She don't have a check mark. But what could you say about anything? I've already shown you the cloth. Do I ask you about the salt lamp?
You know you can make a lamp out of rock salt. Of course you can, dear. You wouldn't want to get it wet, but it's fireproof and ever so sturdy. Sturdy enough to make for a surprisingly good murder weapon, in fact. Yeah.
We know that the bulb in this lamp probably broke because it was used in the murder. But then what happened to the other one? The tea? No, cute rubbish line again. Chemicals?
It's true, dearie, I do know how to make poison gas. But the fact that someone knows how to hold a gun doesn't mean they've shot anybody now, does it?
I'm not accusing you, Miss Scone.
She's right, you know. Just because I'm a great thief, that doesn't mean I can't do good. Exactly, dear. Just because I'm a confectioner, that doesn't mean I can cook.
Surely that only applies to fake confectioners. Oh, rubbish again. What am I missing with you? Can I ask you about the case? No? Did you know their family? No? Maybe it's something I've not uncovered yet. Statues of a man and woman in old-timey clothes.
Did Paul Halik make these as well?
Yes, it seems he created them later in his life, once he had begun to make a name for himself. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods, and he couldn't say no to his beloved. The title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant. Man, talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. I don't think any of these statues have anything to do with anything. But then what does have anything to do with anything at this point? Notice anything?
They find ubiquitous in that teapot. Is that it for Miss Bound? She's way too nice to hurt anybody.
You mustn't judge a book by its cover, Kay. Though I too have my doubts. I should talk to Fender and Miss Scone to see what they have to say on the matter. If I'm missing something with... I mean, you're marked off, so I'm still missing something with you. And that does imply I have what I need. But I have completely forgotten what I need. Okay, I think I'm actually stuck then. I don't know why you're not marked as complete. I tried presenting the teapot already. Called it rubbish. Try again just to be safe. Yeah, no. She has nothing to say on it. No, let me drop a save real quick. I'm not sure what my next step is. Did I always have a deduce button here? If I deduce that with this, is that what I needed to do? Or is it actually lying? Okay, so if this is right, then the check mark was wrong for like the first time in like 7 games. If it's wrong and I lose health, I'm not going to be happy. Eureka! Either way, I'm not happy. Oh god, it's totally right, isn't it? Alright. Larry, can I ask you something about your sketches?
Fascinated by the work of the great Laura Stoneham, huh? It's the composition, right?
Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct?
I already told you, everything is exactly as I saw it.
Well, the tablecloth... Is it blue in the picture? Oh yeah, it is blue in the picture. I thought there was going to be a difference between the carts. Wait, if that's blue, it was this. Oh god, if you made that a darker blue, that would have been so much more obvious. I was barking up the wrong tree. I mean, I was barking up the right tree, but for the wrong reason. That's not the first time that's happened. The tablecloth on the cart here in this room is white.
Wow. Your head's so full of crazy theories. Simple stuff just passes you right by, huh?
What's that look for?
Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart with the tea set on it, okay?
What kind of business?
That's right, it was the hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind.
There's nothing to boast about.
Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight.
Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing?
Yeah, she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew.
What did she do with the second serving cart?
I saw her wheel it into the summer wing. I don't know what happened to it after that. Oh, when she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with.
A lift cart?
Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it just goes to show you never know.
Another serving cart. And a lift cart.
It's there maybe another tea set too?
We'd better check with Miss Bound. Okay, that gives me another lead for you, which takes the check mark off. Are there 2 serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound?
Oh, yes, why do you ask?
A certain so-called artist showed us this sketch. Okay, now we're on the right track again. I couldn't help but notice the colour of the tablecloth. It's light blue.
Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here, excuse me, in the fountain room, right? Exactly. If I saw so much as a blemish, I'd replace it right away.
Would the colour of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea what you might have been doing when this sketch was drawn?
Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties.
I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. What exactly were you doing when this sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your cart doesn't have a tea set on it.
I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Oh, no, I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Oh, there were a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Ooh, thanks, Miss Bound.
Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in her pocket.
They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it.
They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Though perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. Oh, yeah, that was it. Okay, cool. That was the only thing I was missing. And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the tests on the teapot. To be continued. This is a big case, isn't it? This is much bigger than the first 2. Right, just gone past 2:30.
Test results are just come in, sir. Traces of ubiquium were found in the teapot.
They were? Just like Mr. Edgeworth said. Curse you. Better not think this means you beat me.
Dude, I've done nothing but beat you this whole time. You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth.
What? But first is best. Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser.
It's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway.
But I... Enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention. But Cafell... All right. Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim. Oh, yeah. Good idea. I'll be right back.
Yeah, just say it's important, he'll do it.
Excellent. We shall see you shortly then.
Iggy's beating children. Nah, I've never done that before. Mr. Winner's annoying, but totally harmless. Judge Cavell, on the other hand.
Now... Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquium were found in your teapot. I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use. So you are telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquium in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today I had no idea that it could even be used to make poison gas.
Objection!
You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have thought you'd be a more convincing liar.
What do you mean?
You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it.
You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquium. I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact he triggered it himself, wouldn't it point to it being a suicide attempt?
No! No, it wouldn't! That is such a convoluted thing to... She's not willing to admit anything. Ah, yes. I'm going to off myself by first freezing this, adding it to the display case for later use, and then coming back later, locking myself in and using a blowtorch to actually set it off. No!
Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the Infesticide Ultra?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it.
You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago. That very evening, I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't. Alicia, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it.
That's true. I don't have any hard evidence. It definitely was Miss Bound who stole it.
Judes, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean, We all know you never hurt somebody for no reason, so... Not you too. You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender?
Can you blame me? I've got one wing disguised as another, a gas trap in one of the display cases, and you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo.
You got this all wrong. You have to remember the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem. Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here.
I don't think she's joking.
Actually, it seems that Mr. Gusto did in fact enter the gallery before it opened. Sheesh. Well, Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day.
And what technique might that be?
So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead.
Turnabout in thinking. So my father used this method as well.
Alright, let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was Judes involved in what happened back then?
According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavoured ice sculptures melted. And yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now.
Don't thank me. Thank you, Pops. Now take it away, Mousy. I'll grab the popcorn.
Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct?
I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident.
And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit. No?
What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, we're not buying that it's a suicide at all. No, that's not happening. I don't know how you came to that conclusion.
If you're going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best?
Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall. and about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's works.
Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. Then please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. It took 18 years, but at long last I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Haliq pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me.
Judge Gavelle, that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination.
Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must.
Okay. So you're able to buy the house back through your acting. But it's expensive, so you turn it into an art gallery. That makes sense. You collected as many Paul Haliq pieces as you could. Why him in particular?
Hold it!
Paul Haliq. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct?
Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France.
I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection, more specifically. How you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them.
Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winterwing based on photos of the sculptures he made.
Really? Perhaps you could go into some more detail on that?
I was able to create replicas for the Winterwing based on photos of the sculptures.
Hold it!
These photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you yourself took in Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago?
Yes. You certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Edgeworth. Those statues in the Winterwing were just copies? I didn't even get to see them before they melted.
No, the sculptures in question were definitely not replicas. Which means that Miss Bound is lying.
Water.
Stop slouching.
Also, throwables have broke again. I'll do that while I drink. Okay. And it's frozen. Give it a sec, it'll catch up with itself and figure out what it needs to do to reconnect. There we go.
I know, it's such an awful shame. After we went to the trouble to recreate them too.
The sculptures weren't replicas. They're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her I'm aware of that, or I'll never get to the truth. I mean, yeah, I guess the key here is they had blood in them. And if you commissioned a replica, I mean, that wouldn't have happened. So I want the case analysis, pale blue liquid, and where does it say blood? Sugar detected from the fountain. Oh yes, the salt, sugar, and blood. It says it right at the top. Objection!
Objection!
Replicated blood, very dedicated. I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the tests conducted on the sculpture's remains. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas. They were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago.
Oh, I can probably help explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secret of their chemical makeup? No chance.
I mean, I was more thinking about the blood, but... Hey, madame, how you doing? Thank you, Miss Scone. Don't recall asking for her help, but still. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they'd melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for those 18 long years.
What? She kept a pair of flavoured ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time?
You're doing some web finching. Did they fix that vulnerability that makes the game crash if, like, a bad actor gets into your server? Because I've not played it myself. I don't have it. But I heard that was a thing, so I hope that's something that's been addressed. Someone was able to get into private games and crash the game for everyone. Not yet, you're in an offline... Oh, it's got an offline mode. Okay, fair enough.
It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox.
Overruled.
Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense? You've already learned that much. Should I take that to mean you admit to having hidden the flavoured ice sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing?
How indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away.
You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth?
I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth.
I see. Then I better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that.
That is not what we're currently arguing, liars. You seem pretty hung up on this, but we've moved on from that line of questioning, like, immediately. We're talking about how she moved the ice sculptures because she's implicated in it.
Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. Question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to. Waiting upstairs on standby. During the judging, you had to go change the camera. But then you discovered the body. Your father arrived, you begin to make rounds to serve tea to everybody present. Because you hid it in the cart.
Hold it!
Just as you did today.
Yes, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea.
Yeah, and you used that to move the things, just as you did 18 years ago.
Present company included. I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little cart of yours.
Interesting. Did anything strike you as strange around that time?
Oh yeah. Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold.
His saucer was cold? Because there's a freaking block of ice under there. This was the moment. Miss Bound, I believe this is when you stole the sculptures.
I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room right under everyone's noses?
That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Miss Bound stole those ice sculptures, and she did it by hiding them here.
Take that!
My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was mere inches away from them. Because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case.
Overruled!
Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately.
Objection!
Who said anything about a serving cart?
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she used instead?
I'm suggesting that Miss Bound used this to transport the sculptures. The lift cart.
Take that!
And this is...
The cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavoured ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in this fountain room. Yeah, and it's wet.
We originally bought it for use in the contest.
And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off? I am. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side, add a tablecloth, and it'd look exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely.
Can it be? Holy moly, of course! That's why those saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Jukes! How could you? Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. But you admit it. You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room. Yes, I do. I took those sculptures in their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it, and slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I'd removed not only the sculptures, but the flavoured ice Zodiac blocks as well.
Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. Huge block of ice on display here. Must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not, what with it being hollow on the inside. If the Winter Wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, and even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well.
When I'd finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blocks out, I took 2 fresh, empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all the display materials, including cases.
Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in.
Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavoured ice works in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that's how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today. I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession.
Indeed. And I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it.
That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? What? How'd you figure that? My. I would have thought you might know at least this much, given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book.
Statutes for dummies.
Statutes of what?
Explaining the statutes of limitations of various crimes. I mean, she said statues there on purpose. That was not a typo. Theft. 7 years from the date of the crime. Separate time frames apply with regards to claims for damages. Murder. 15 years from the date of the crime. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment. Prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? No, I just did. I just did!
So it's different for every crime? Murder, 15 years. Theft, 7 years. Yeah.
Yes, Miss Bound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago, so it's too late to have her arrested for that crime. If you just get away with it for long enough, you can do anything.
I don't believe it. Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime. Rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Objection!
Does this mean I'm off the hook for stealing pick and mix like sweets from a corner shop when I was like 10 years old? I wouldn't be so sure about that. You see, the theft of the ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest.
Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body?
I am indeed.
How do you keep the body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it?
Trying to get an innocent person convicted of murder? And you don't want a criminal lawyer, you want a criminal lawyer. That's where I come in.
Karma's not a lawyer, he's a prosecutor. That's the opposite. By hiding it in a very unusual way.
Oh, now this is interesting. Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't flavoured ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then.
Very well. If you're confident in this claim, let us put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden?
In the Winter Wing.
Take that!
A photograph of Mr. Frost's works?
And of the victim's body, Your Honour.
You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body?
The victim's body is hiding right here.
Take that!
The Gemini sculpture.
Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse.
Frickin' knew it! Surely you can't be serious.
I am, and stop calling me Shirley.
I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim.
Objection!
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight.
What piece of evidence might that be? The court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body.
Lost 18 years ago, found floating in the fountain. Frozen cloth so you couldn't see through it as well?
that!
One of the cloths from in the autumn wing? Yes, when it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone?
Oh, yes, dear, but you can make it look like just about anything, really. Even blazing fire. And the right shade of blue would make it look like ice, yes, exactly like it, in fact. Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colours, though?
Objection!
If you would care to have another look at the photograph of the Winter Wing, Your Honour. You'll notice there is a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case.
That's...
one of the light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case. Which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was, in fact, a statue carved from ice.
No, this can't be.
Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the Winter Wing?
Yes, we were standing right in front of the body.
The body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the Winter Wing disguised as a sculpture?
Objection!
Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we found it as it is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the Winter Wing in order to throw us off the scent.
Overruled!
Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain.
No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart, the same cart that had proved so useful in executing her original theft.
Yeah.
I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way, which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered.
And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough. It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. But can you prove that it was me?
Are you frickin' serious with me right now?
It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think?
There's literally no one else who could have done this.
What about an eyewitness? Do you think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body?
As a matter of fact, I do. And the contradiction in the piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation?
Of course. I have a piece of very compelling proof right here.
Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim?
We literally have it drawn
Take
on
that!
the sketch.
More drawings. And is that me?
Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. What I'm interested in is the cart we can see here.
Miss Bound's serving cart? What about it?
I don't see it. She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn.
What? If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone.
Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the colour of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I'd originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he's assured me that that couldn't possibly be the case.
This tablecloth appears to be light blue.
Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath.
Well, but the shape of the cart is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body.
Objection!
Not if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow Zodiac blocks in the Winter Wing. Place one of those on the lift cart and it'd easily pass muster as a regular serving cart, wouldn't you agree?
Goddess of justice.
Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body just as you did 18 years ago?
I didn't expect you to do all that from a single simple sketch.
Convoluted? It's Ace Attorney. It always is. Always has been.
That sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it?
You needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more. Which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without a serving cart, you had to find some place to put your chocolates.
My chocolates? The ones I was handing out?
As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart. But the chocolates you gave us came from your pocket.
Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though.
Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? It was because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on, that's why.
One moment, please. You have explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates and the lift cart. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go?
Indeed, if stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me?
Have a drink.
Stop slouching.
Thank you very much. Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us.
Perhaps you would care to enlighten us? Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body?
In the fountain, not in this room, on Miss Bound's person. Said it was right here, so obviously not there. The one in the fountain was already pulled out, so I guess it's on her. Miss Bound has the tablecloth on her person. And in plain view, in fact. Red suit.
In plain view? No, surely you don't mean...
Thank you for the bits.
I am a great magician. Your clothes are red.
We're doing this bit again, are we? Thank you very much, Warbird. Miss Bound. It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? And given that the Zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we would need to do to confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of the sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. Time to come clean.
You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicia's Infesticide Ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. It was me. It was all me. Delicia, I'm so sorry.
Larry, are you just doodling us again?
Last week, I went into your bag, and I took it. And then, I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he tried to do himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Judy, you... Oh gosh. Judes, why? Were we supposed to be on the same side? We're fighting together to free Samson? We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. I'd always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but
Why do it this way, though? It's not like you.
Sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago.
Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you?
I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favourite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. What I had actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures?
So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures.
Samson is a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody. Never! And yet because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body. And Samson was found guilty. After all he'd done for me, he was my family. The only family I'd ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me. And
Jude.
After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago. And when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures. And that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body. It had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today. Because it was the only way I could think of to make things right.
It seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake.
What are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth?
Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? Why disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago.
Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind.
Hellicard, I have no idea how you've come to the conclusion of Von Karma hiding the body. Von Karma lied about having the body because he also did not know where it was. And he made a fake autopsy report. If he knew where the body was to begin with, he wouldn't have had to have done that. She was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent. Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to find the real killer. She've been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit. Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the icework.
So they'd have freaked out thinking that the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah?
Exactly. But Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk?
Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the autumn wing was all winter wingy.
I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as a Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident.
No. But that would mean the real killer was...
Overruled.
Enough. Not another word. Do you realise the implications of what you're saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make?
Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so should I really go ahead and make my accusation? And name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless? Yes. My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the moment. Yes, Judge Gavelle, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame for the IS-7 incident.
Take that!
Mr. Gusto? The victim of the poison gas attack is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident? Gusty?
Mr. Gusto. Miss Bound, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit. And you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far?
You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth. Just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right.
And perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words?
Of course. I've nothing to hide anymore. So I might as well tell you everything.
It doesn't float back, you see her lift it up with her foot. She catches it with like the side of her ankle and lifts it up.
As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Yet before we opened, I made sure that the door to the Autumn Wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms, and found that the Autumn Wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightened me.
And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap.
When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left for the police was to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan.
Jude, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right?
You could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this. Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess. It was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place. Judy. 18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery, in front of as many witnesses as possible.
I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down.
And, this can't be easy for him.
No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. Whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Samson's name.
The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it had only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end. To be continued. To be continued tomorrow on the next stream. Ooh. Gosh, it's good to get back to this. But yeah, we're like nearly half an hour over time. So we're going to wrap up there. So thank you for watching. Those of you on YouTube watching the VOD, thank you as well. As always, your comments, likes, and subscribes are all welcomed and appreciated. Thank you, YouTube viewers. Thank you.